So this is a Nintendo Wii U. It is a console that has been pulled apart and sort of put on a test bench of sorts. Of sorts, it is a test bench. So this console has a failing internal NAND flash, resulting in an error code. And what I want to do today is actually replace the internal NAND with one of these. So this is a MLC2SD Interposer. It's just a little PCB. I will be soldering around the NAND and replacing the actual internal NAND with an SD card. And I want to just go through that entire process. Of course, there's going to be an SD card slot. I'll be soldering to that. So just to confirm the symptoms, I'll turn this console on. Now, this doesn't immediately spit me into a error code. The console will boot up and go to the main menu, and it'll even play games. But what it's doing is, when I go into system settings, it will spit out an error. So I do have it plugged into a capture card. And I have a WiiU tablet sitting in my lap. So it has all of the previous user data because since I can't access the settings menu, I can't remove user data. So when I go to system settings, well, I can't do it when that's highlighted. And those weird lines that are showing up, I don't know if those are capture card artifacts or if those are part of this console. I'll have to determine that later. But when I open up settings, it'll try, and then error code 1600103. When looking at the documentation that very, very smart people have created, the Ultimate Wii U Troubleshooting Guide, I'll bring that up here in a second. Let's do a window capture. Actually, I'll keep the error code up. But here is the window I see on my other monitor. And error code 160103. So the current symptoms are, here it is, 160. I'll zoom into it a little. Oh no, I can't because of the side ads. I'll have to do that. Well, it's still visible. 1600103 error message. This occurs, when does it happen during the boot? After. So it happens after the boot, which is a failing eMMC. Now, I do have a console that does fail during boot with no CBHC, so that is also a failing NAND. That console I can't revive because I fried the disk drive, but that it turned into a parts console. But this is an instance where it does fail after boot, and I do get this exact error code. I have tried swapping out the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth cards from a working console, and that did not change anything. So the problem is eMMC is failing, and this console just so happens to have a Hynix NAND, so it is not of any great surprise that it is failing. Let me get this console off and begin looking into what I need to do to actually go about replacing the NAND with an SD card. So the solution for a failing eMMC, I do want to confirm it in the logs. I do want to just quadruple check that before I go spending an interposer and an SD card, because that SD card was not cheap. I think it was about 20 bucks a piece, especially for smaller capacity cards nowadays. They're almost more expensive than high capacity cards. Not crazy high capacity, but anything modern is about on parity. So what I want to do is go through and get I want to kick this console into recovery mode using UDPIH and dump the logs. Now this is done through a Raspberry Pi Pico, which I do have one kicking around that I was using for RGHing and Xbox 360. So what I'm going to have to do is go into recovery mode and dump the logs just to confirm that it is a dead MLC. It's been a little while since I've done this, so I'm just gonna have to play this one by ear. But I do remember I need to flash my Pico, and then using very specific timing on the boot sequence, I need to plug in the Raspberry Pi Pico with the recovery payload. I also need to utilize the front USB port, so I need to grab an SD card. This SD card will probably be sort of the backbone of this entire operation, getting system backups and the like. I need to find one that is not currently occupied. I don't think I really have any. Oh, this one had the OSU update for Xbox One consoles. It'll be perfectly fine as anything else. Let's format it. Now I got a free 32 gigabyte not SD. Yeah, it is SD. So what I need, per the instructions, I need to format this SD card as, I mean, I guess I can leave that window up. I need to format it as a, I'm just going to trim this down a little so I can zoom in. Don't need to see any of that because only this is important. So I need to reformat my SD card to FAT32. It auto defaulted to NTFC for me. I guess the default is FAT32, but when I do the quick Windows formatter, it will auto format it to NFTS. FAT32, perfect, okay. Get the latest copy of the recovery menu, which I think is just this one. Insert the SD card. Okay, I need to put it on the root of my SD card. I'll get that going here. Recovery menu. Put it on the root of my SD. And then that's all I need to do with the SD card. Eject. I have that payload ready. So this is skipping the setup for the Pico. Let me grab the UF2 file for the Pico. Release. Pico SDK. Why does it want an SDK? Did I click on the wrong thing? Download the latest UF2 from the release. Oh, here we go. So it is, I just have a standard Pico 1. Alright. Get my Pico flashed. Hold boot select. There we go, should be flashed. So to get into the recovery menu, I need to insert the SD card into the console, power it on as soon as I see the WiiU logo. plug in my Raspberry Pi. It is a little harder than that is suggesting. It definitely it either will take some trial and error. Let me unplug it real quick. Just kill power to the console. I need to kind of turn it so I can access these front USBs a little better, because I'll just be plugging in via USB instead of into my Pico. The USB-A port's a little more forgiving than a micro USB port, but I'll keep my Pico right there and just sort of jam in my USB-A end when the time is applicable. Now, I'm going to time this based on my display. The capture card will be a little behind, just as the nature of it. So I'll be going off what I see in front of me, and I'm basically waiting for my monitor to catch on to the signal. Like right now, it has a steady red light from my capture card of basically saying that it's almost on like a standby. Power it on. I'm going to wait until my monitor turns solid. Right there. If I did it correctly, this front USB light should turn purple, and there it is. I mean, it's not going to turn purple, it's just going to be blue and red, because it's just the two individual LEDs. It's not going through a diffuser and mixing them. But there's the recovery menu. Okay, so I need to navigate through this with the... I do want to just dump everything since I'm here. I want to dump system logs. So, navigate syslogs. I'm going to have to look up... I know AI wrote a script for me to auto search through, because it is 100 logs. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. You can auto search it for key titles. I am going to dump the OTP and the CPROM while I'm here. I think that is it. Okay, shut down. And usually, at least, I've done this a few times. Let's just say the first time I did it, it took a while to actually get the timing right. I go based off my monitor. I'm not even, like, they recommend looking for when the WiiU logo appears on the TV. I go, like, a few moments before that. When my monitor recognizes that a signal is coming in, I immediately plug it in. And that's usually, like, a good second or so before the actual WiiU logo comes up. I've seen them have better luck doing that. I mean, I had to do that on a console that wasn't displaying an output. Like, there was just something wrong with it. I'm not entirely sure what. So, okay. Plugged it back into my PC. I have the logs, the OTTP.bin, and the CPROM.bin. I'm going to get this into, like, a... Well, I'm going to put it into... Save the backup, essentially. I might not need it, but since I have it, I'll use it, or I'll keep it. So this console, I don't remember the serial. Oh, no, I should have my notes up. Pico. I don't need this. I don't think I need this Pico anymore. Keep it nearby just in case I need to go back into recovery. This console is 584. Grab the OTP, CPROM, and the logs. Cut it and paste it under backup 62. Backup 1. Backup 1. Where's my window capture? Okay, it's this one. Got that. Have the logs dumped. So now I'm going to be looking for error codes that show only error codes showing dev MLC01 are relevant. I need to figure out what I need to do to... I know AI helped me rig something up to get... to search through a bunch of log files at once. I'm going to see if I can get that code back up. So it is using a PowerShell script. Okay. You know what? I should be able to show that because PowerShell isn't showing anything too particularly spicy. Display capture should be my second display. I'll have everything I have up. So AI recommends running a most reliable PowerShell. Just select string dash path asterisk log dash pattern and then my search text, which is dev MLC01. I believe this will... And I mean, if that doesn't tell me that that the MLC isn't dead, I don't know what will. So these are media error dev MLC01. So if I'm to believe this WiiU troubleshooting guide, this is a dying MLC. At the very least, dying. It still somewhat functions, but I can't even enter the settings without it crashing. There are errors ODD01, but this is I very much specifically told it to look for MLC01, and there are, well, how many entries here? 15 or so. So that seems to be rather damning. Let me continue reading through this document that they have. So failing eMMC causes a 1600103 error whenever corrupted files gets read from the internal memory, an MLC. That can happen at any point. Don't confuse this problem for CBHC brick. On the screen. This can be caused by any logic corruption. Not actual failing hardware, but from our experience, it shows that it's always a hardware failure. Which there hasn't really been any evidence that this console has been messed with. I was the first person to open it. And I don't see any reasonable signs that it was homebrewed. But most likely it's a failing eMMC chip. And this is also a 32 gig console because it is a black WiiU. And even if yeah. Even though it's a hardware problem, not a hope is lost. And then this is what I'm going to be doing. Is the MLC to SD. or by using the MLC to SD interposer. Important only solder when the tutorial tells you to. For the first part, the old eMMC must still be connected. So this is definitely the part that gives me the most amount of anxiety, is just making sure I do all the software end pieces correctly. Because if I recall correctly, I need to cut a trace. So it's not as though anything I do to the board is going to be permanent, but it'll be a bit difficult. It'll be a bit cumbersome to renew. So I need to rebuild the internal memory for cloning the old eMMC. I mean, I don't really care about the data that's on this console, so I may just rebuild it. So let me see if this comes with a guide, or if it's just the... Yes, it is. So now I gotta read through this. And then that is what... Yeah. This is what the board that I have. So the WiiU has two NAND chips, the SLC and eMMC. This targets the eMMC only, since the WiiU actually uses an SD controller to talk to the eMMC. But yeah, that's what the final product will look like. There's one little capacitor and the actual micro SD card slot. And a wire for a 3.3. Okay. I mean, I printed the exact product. Okay, yes. I printed the exact project file. I just don't remember the board looking like that. I think maybe it got redesigned a little because it doesn't have this little like nub for the 3.3 volt. I mean, I'll have it right here. It's maybe they added a little more PCB to give it a little more strength. But the project is the same. Just maybe this is still kind of in the prototyping phase. But it could also be used to give your... And yes, in this case, it will be an internal memory upgrade because I'll be giving it 64 gigabytes of internal. I'll probably need to go through this guide. And you can just like raw dog solder it to the board, and like I just think the interposer looks much cleaner. And if I tried like directly soldering it to the board, if I ever if an end user ever needed to replace the internal NAND again, like maybe this SD card fails in like 10 years, all you really need to do is just rebuild it, software, and just plug in another one of these cards. Like, it's quite literally plugging like up almost like a consumer focused or consumer friendly like replacement of the MLC. I mean, you gotta take the whole entire console apart and know kind of what you're doing, but the hard work of actually installing the interposer is done. So all you have to do is rebuild the internal memory and just slot in the SD card. Okay, this is more just like saying everything that's good about it. Make sure the footprint matches. Okay, I'm not going to say I didn't consider that, but I also didn't really consider that. So I ended up buying a shitload of boards because just the way PCB ordering is concerned, I could a minimum order of 5, but the difference between getting 5 and getting 50 like mattered so little. Like the cost difference was basically nothing. So if this project succeeds, I hope to have kits available because I also bought a spool of micro SD card slots. But I was under the impression that like I think I purchased the exact SD card. Like I didn't just buy any micro SD card slot willy nilly. I think I remember following the guide that they had on their build, like because the this is all open source, so the part that they had listed for the SD card slot, I'm pretty sure I cross-referenced that with what's available on AliExpress and just bought a pack of 50. But let me like 100% confirm this because that is a very important detail that I need to make sure I get right. Do I have a micro SD card kicking around that I can just use as a proxy? I actually don't think so. Oh, yes, I do. I have a 128 gigabyte one. And why I don't use a 120 gigabyte one is, it does say it in one of these guides. This is a 128 Samsung Ultra or SanDisk Ultra. I guess I can't really say exactly why. It mentions in one of these guides that 64 gigabyte is the maximum without also running ISFX hacks, because the console itself doesn't support anything above 64 gigabytes. You have to basically go in and say no, or you have to homebrew it and basically say no, this will. You have to go into software basically and edit it to say I can support up to 2 terabytes or whatever. Ooh, that fits beautifully. So all of the legs are right above the pads. It has there's two little plastic nubs on the back of the SD card slot for positioning. And those are probably going to melt. Oh no, I can just tack this on. All of the ground pads line up. This is a good fit. Perfect. Okay. That out of the way. Let's keep looking. So, and then I also got a pack of 10 nanofarad capacitors. I just got another spool of them. This came in a pack of a 100 because that's all I could find, but they're really cheap. Flux solder wick. Wire for 3.3 volts, scalpel or X-Acto knife, solder, leaded is better, or solder iron. Read, doing the hardware work is only half the work for the WiiU. To work, the MLC need to have some data depending on the guide you are following. Okay, basically giving me the heads up that the ground pad is going to suck away heat. I'll probably heat it with my heat gun. Just give it some help. But it is telling me that I actually do need to install ISFX hacks. My understanding is why I can't, like, I was kind of suggesting that I wouldn't have to install this. My understanding is in order to run a bigger SD card internally, I have to have an SD card payload that lives in my SD card slot in the front of the console indefinitely. And I'm trying to not do that. This running 64 gigs will allow me to go without shipping this console with an additional SD card. And it gives somewhat more options. You should have a backup of the SLC, which I should have the backup of the SLC. I'm pretty sure that's what I made. This is 584. I should probably just keep this folder open. 584, backups 1. No, I have the OTP and the CPROM backed up, which I think I need the ISFX hacks to in order to make these types of like rigorous backups, or at least some type of homebrew. From scratch on clean media. This can become useful if the MLC died. It will format your MLC so all the data on the internal WiiU memory will be lost. I don't really care about that. That's just some random person's data. We have either ISFX hacks installed or defuse. So that means I will need to get ISFX hacks installed. Ooh, I wonder what's going on there. Outdated, perhaps? Or it conflicts. I just don't recall seeing this red text right here at the beginning. I am probably going to need the SD card to deliver the payloads. Where did I put that SD card? It is still plugged in. Okay. And I'm probably going to be going through the recovery, so I guess it will be... I'm pretty sure you can use it via recovery. Yeah, UDPIH. So I will need that Pico, which I still have. I think that'll just be the easiest way instead of trying to get Aroma installed. Even if I don't even know if I can open the browser. It's formatted the FAT32. Need the zip archive. So I think I have this zip archive, but I'm just going to re-download everything. And I mean, that also covers the off chance that it's been updated. I doubt it, but... And the last time I did this was a few months ago, so anything's possible. So SD card, I'm going to keep the recovery menu there. I think I downloaded a different type of recovery menu. I don't remember. Because the recovery menu, instead of going into the recovery menu, will go instead into ISFX hacks. If you're upgrading an existing setup, I'm not. You can also download all the manually. So for now, I'm going to delete the recovery menu, or at the very least, just repaste it into my downloads folder, just to make sure that I follow this guide to the letter. Extract my ISFX hacks release, and put everything on the SD card as currently instructed. So this file structure on my SD card. Launching into Minute, so this is UDPIH. So I guess it is using the same recovery menu. And what I'm wondering what it does is if it hijacks it. Oh, okay. I was correct. So yes, it does utilize the recovery, or it does come with a payload that has the recovery menu in it. So it is the same guide. It's a custom recovery menu to go into ISFX hacks. That's what I recall. So now I should be able to get into everything. So let me get my eject my SD card and get back into the recovery menu. Okay. Pico is over here. Oh yeah, I brought out my little micro SD card to test out the SD card slot. Yeah, well, it's a micro SD card slot, all right. Okay, let's do this again. Let's get back into the recovery menu. I got my SD card in. Pico at the ready. Wait for my... Oh, I think I was a little too late. Since the little red light blinks... I had to kind of hyper-focus there. There it is. So, since my monitor blinks, it's a little hard to tell when it actually goes solid or if it's just the beginning of another blink cycle. But I got it. I guess I was a little more lenient, or thankfully I got it when I did. And this recovery process was a little different, obviously. It asked me to unplug the Pico after 5 seconds. Okay. So now... So navigate the backup and restore. This will probably give me the same OTP and CPROM backups. I'm just going to do it again. The worst thing that happens is nothing. And I passed it. If anything, it's a second backup. Backup and restore. Dump CPROM and OTP, which goes quickly. Dumping the raw SLC will take a while. I remember this taking a good minute. So I'm gonna let it do that. I'm gonna set up my the files that I have on my end. My backup, I'm just gonna consider it recovery menu. Make a backup to folder. For backup to ISFX hacks pre-install. I don't think I should really be installing ISFX hacks because I am replacing the internal MLC. That doesn't necessarily make much sense. It does ask me to have it installed, so I will. It might be just how the MLC works. I'm not going to question it. I'll just do it. At this point, I can't exactly damage the eMMC. What I can do is get one of the capacitors ready. Just snip off a little one off this wheel. Or off the reel. I will need it later. It's a pretty large ceramic capacitor, thankfully. These things get very tiny, and it should match the footprint. It is a little... I think it is one size bigger. but should be fine. It'll work. Okay, it seems to have worked. Done. So now I need to go to boot ISO image, or yeah, boot iOS.image, which is they say it. Yeah, this is a little different. Oh, because I'm in backup and restore. Duh. Okay, I'm like, wait a second, this doesn't look right. So let me go back to main menu. Boot iOS image. Software comes with absolutely no warranty. Yeah, I mean, this console's kind of a brick otherwise, so... Oops, hit eject. Retail boot version 8377. Superblock image on the SD card. ISFX hacks can be installed. Install ISFX hacks. Yes, proceed. Okay, before I continue, follow the instructions, same as minute. If the install was successful, your WiiU should boot directly into into minute. So let's power off. I want to get the backups off this console, so let me grab the SD card real quick. Drop them into the SLC raw OTP cprom.bin. I gotta remember which ones are actually not a part of this. There's a cprom decrypted. FW.image is a part of it. iOS.image is a part of it. Launch RPX. Boot one image. So, okay, so it's the OTP, cprom, the two cprom bins, and the SLC raw. I'm going to plop them into my recovery. cprom is about 500 megs. I'm going to delete the recoveries off this menu, or off my SD card. Let's see, and they wanted me to dump the SLC one more time. I will do that, and then get that back up. The post ISFX hacks install. This time I won't need my Pico to go into ISFS hacks, but I believe right now an SD card has to live in the front of the console for it to work. There it is. Let's go back up and restore SLC raw. Again, this will take another fat minute, but let's look here. Booting. If you came here for Red NAND, MLC Rebuilder, or Region Change Guide, continue with this tutorial now. For now, your WiiU loads minute FW image, which then applied the reacquired patches from SD cards. So yeah, iOSU needs to be patched so it doesn't fall over the ISFX hack super block. To boot the WiiU OS, patch SD and boot iOS. It's the third option, not the first. If your console just boot loops through minute over and over again, you're probably cold booting Aroma and replace the WiiU payload.elf. That's not to make it where your WiiU boot automatically without you having to press any buttons in minute. You have to complete the auto booting SD section third down below. I don't think I think I might be done at this point. So I can begin looking into this guide now. SDIO bus, latte chip. Oh yeah, it says right here there's only 3 sizes supported, up to 64 gigabytes. Does that mean that 64 is limited? No, but it requires ISFX hacks. MLC restore download. I remember this one being kind of fickle in that I need to feed it files to basically authenticate it, so people can't just mine it for information. Let me look into that real quick. Okay. Download all the MLC system titles for your region from NUS. This can be done conveniently with copy the OTP pin from the SD card folder with your MLC restore downloader so you can get the common key from there. Yeah, it's the common key that it's looking for. So I'm going to copy my backup of the otc.bin and place it into the same folder that this MLC is in. I need to download the MLC region titles. This is American, I believe. Okay, it's snagged onto my common key and it looks like it's downloading. I think this takes a little bit. I can't necessarily check the region. The one that will go into the front slot, not the MLC replacement. Create a folder called Waffle Install. Copy all 52 titles of Waffle Install folder. Okay, I think I can turn this console kind of off for now. So let me get it down to I mean, I could probably just like hard power it off, but I'll do it the right way. Because I'm going to need this SD card. MLC files are still downloading. But I'm going to copy over the backup. SLC raw. Here it is. Put it in backup 3. ISFX hacks installed. Paste the slc.raw that they had me recreate. Okay, good. So that is good to go. I think I can let that go. Currently still letting the MLCs download. It's just through a command line. So I'll let that go as I sort of read through this. On the root of your SD card, create a folder called waffle install. I shall do that. I believe I still need all of the ISFS hacks files, so I'm going to keep them on this SD card. Waffle underscore install. I mean, just to like make absolute certain that I not only spell that correctly, but use the correct. Not needed if you just reinstall to an existing eMMC. For installing this, look here. So I think that might be oh boy, erase MLC. Ooh. Yeah, this stuff like scares me. The soldering? Ah, that's nothing. That is nothing. Let me trim down how many tabs I have for now. So I get to cut one of the clock lines using a scalpel or X-Acto knife to disable the eMMC. Be careful you don't accidentally cut in the layers below. That'll be fun. Check the multimeter. It's really cut. Remove capacitor C655. I don't think I need that. I'll worry about that later. This will just be a good. Check the alignment of the MLC to SD. Should lay flat if you press it against the Hynix eMMC. Solder the ground connector. Use a lot of heat and enough flux to solder the big ground via to the ground pad of the WiiU board. Make sure the solder flows and the pad is good. Take care of alignment. Don't move the MLC after you remove the iron. Yeah, okay. Simple stuff. So I'll be getting that big fat guy on. I'll be fun. And I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and criticize, but those are definitely not the best looking solder joints. So I think you use the same sized ceramic capacitor because it is kind of on that, and maybe it's fine. Okay. This part's easy. Like, this part I could do. I'm not worried about even in the slightest. Okay, all of the MLC files are downloaded. I'm going to take the output MLC and plop them into my... I need all 52, so what was it? And then copy all 52 titles into it. That might take a second as well. What I might do is actually put this in my backups as well. MLC restore downloader. I mean, I don't necessarily need to. That's just a lot of unnecessary space being taken up. They're fairly generic files. All 52 are now there, so this SD card should be ready. Not needed if you're reinstalling. Look here at the solder section. Oh, this is different. Goes over installing NAND aid. Okay, this is dumping the logs. Media error on the MLC means the MMC itself noticed it can no longer retrieve data error-free. In case you find media error, show us so we can add it to... Oh, is there like a database? Redirected me to Discord. I'd rather not. Hmm. Need to understand a few core concepts. It has 3 internal storage. Oh, look, an interposer. Yeah. This one definitely looks a little different. It doesn't require... Oh, it does use a 3-volt line. So it's just a different sort of type. And, I mean, this person ordered a shitload. I didn't order that many, but, you know. What exactly the differences are between the two... Couldn't tell you. Dumping old MLC. Why is it asking... I wonder if this has been updated to include the interposer that they made. Hmm. And this would definitely be an option for that board that I killed, the disk drive. Just say, screw you, disk drive. Here's a 2.5-inch drive. I am making like quadruple certain that I have everything I need, and I think I do. Because I think I needed the OTP file. On Nande, they used the recovery menu to dump the MLC and SLC. I don't recall that being an option. Unless I was blind and I literally didn't see it right there, right in front of my face. No, I wasn't blind. So it's definitely different. Maybe because downloading the SLC and MLC is kind of useless? So I do have the SLC, I don't have the MLC, but the MLC seems almost generic in the sense. And clone the old MLC. You might not have any way to set up the MLC. Now I assume it gets really bogged down in terminology. Like what they mean by the MLC, they could mean like the OTP and the CPROM bins. Like not like MLC.bin is kind of what I mean. Let me look on ISFS hacks and see if there was a recovery for like a cloning the MLC. Oopsie. Okay. Accidentally tried booting it. Back up and restore. There's erase MLC. Or print MLC information. Format Redmand. Type eMMC. Hynix NAND. You know, I think maybe just for posterity. I'll get a screenshot of this. I can't remember where this actually saves my screenshots. I saved it in camera roll. Oh, right here. Video screenshot. Oh, here it is. Okay. I didn't save it the first time. Put this into my backups. Put it into my backup 3 folder. Get this thing shrunk back down. I'm going to make the very bold assumption that cloning the old MLC means something different than what it means directly. So I think I'm ready to install. Because right here, it's just downloading the MLC files. Like, what I think is... Didn't mean to do that. What I think specifically is meant by this is to rebuild the MLC, you need the OTP.bin to have the common keys. I already have the common keys. I have everything here. Not needed if you just reinstall the existing MLC. Or eMMC, which I'm not, technically. I think this is... at the solder section. Because I can't dump the MLC. I don't really understand why that's a option. Because that was not in the recovery menu. That implies that it's not that important anymore. There's no reason to dump it, since the files are freely available. And then this is different because they're saying a 64 gigabyte won't work. But I'm thinking what I do is I plug the SD card in raw and then use ISFS hacks to essentially write it for me. It'll format it, it'll partition it. That is my base understanding. They say down at the solder section. I really don't know why they link to that guide when they themselves have a guide. I generally avoid leaded solder, which is kind of wild, because that is not a very common sentiment. Okay, I think I can't imagine anything else is needed. I think I'm ready. Let me get everything unplugged and get everything ready now. Get various things unplugged. I probably don't need the disk drive if I'm just going ISFS hacks. It's not like the boot sequence is going to fail. I mean, I should try that. Just I'm going to assume I can boot this without an SD or without my disk drive. Keep this SD card close. Since I'm going to be doing work right here, I might just be able to get away with that. Let me get my microscope set up. I mean, I need to keep my SD card reader intact. Or in the same spot. Or in my, like, primary SD card slot. Words. Trying to think. I'm trying to find the best way to frame this. It might be better this direction. I just don't want it to be too inaccessible for me. But I'm also able to inspect it under a microscope. And it might be possible my microscope does not like being plugged in on a USB hub. That might be the case. I'll have to run the SD card slot reader off my... There it goes. And here it is, the Hynix, as it lives and breathes. Well, as it's dying and gasping, I should say. The interposer, or the clock signal that I need to cut, is right there on R26. I do kind of want to just test fit the thing. The interposer should sit like... How does it sit? There's the coil right there, so it needs to sit right here. Oh, this is C665. Okay, so C665 was definitely in the way of the interposer, so I place it on top and it's like, oi. So that is the capacitor that they're mentioning. Okay. So remove. Okay, so they want me to remove this capacitor. It's right next to a ceramic or an electrolytic capacitor, so I can't use heat without popping it. That will be fun. And the solder wick is to loosen this and to basically remove it. I wonder if I can heat it from the bottom, just so I can remove it without cooking anything, and I think I can. This will probably be done off screen, so I can sort of do this quickly. But I think removing it by heat will be the easiest. So then I can just lift it off. I'll get the solder wick later. I just wanna... I'm running dangerously low on flux, so I might have to crack open a new tube. Confirm that I will not cook anything. I'll be cooked. I'm pretty sure the other Hynix chip right here is the SLC, so I will be making that a little toasty, but should be fine. $422. What I needed to use on a disk drive to get the main chip off. But I'm guessing since it's connected to this giant ground plane, I need to kind of heat everything up. And in case I pop that capacitor, it's the same one that's over there near the USB ports. I wonder why this capacitor isn't needed anymore. Or maybe it's the one I'm replacing. Looks kind of meaty for a 10 nanofarad. Not yet, it's getting close though. Or at least they should be should be getting close. Goodness gracious. This might require a little more heat than a disk drive. I have it on 420 degrees. This ground plane does not mess around. I'm gonna have to be very aware of that. Reminds me of a Elite Series 2 controller. There it goes. Since it wants me to wick it so that it's nice and flat, I'll just do that right now. Take advantage of the board while it's still a little warm. Looks like most of the solder came off with the capacitor. not entirely intended. I scratched away a little bit of that pad for the capacitor, but I mean, I don't think it's going to be used anymore, so. I'll kind of show you what I mean. It was just eating up all the heat of my poor iron. I would have to heat that pad up at the same time as I was scraping away at it. Oh, maybe not. Or is that the wrong pad? Okay, it looks a little worse up here. That is not important, because now the interposer should now lay flat. Hell yeah. Oh, and that does matter because that's the point I'm connecting to. Well, surely that won't be a problem, and that's surely not a problem I can work out. If I need to, I can always scrape away some of the solder mask. How warm is this board? Okay, it's cooling down pretty well. Let's get under a microscope and try and scratch away that clock line. Don't know what to do with that little capacitor yet. I'll keep it, of course, just in case. Okay, so the clock line right there. I almost might want to do this under my stereo microscope just so I make sure that I do it correctly. And not just kind of like, So this won't exactly be the most visually friendly. But I think if I want to get this done correctly, I'm going to just have to sacrifice the convenience of it being on screen and the usability of my eyes. I'm going to be kind of at the edge of my plate here. So I'm going to need my helping hands to hold it up. Something like this, I think. All right. Oh no, I can't do it from this direction. I can't see very well. I have to flip it over. There it is. Okay. This will be a little difficult. But I see the exact trace, and I mean, that's going to be impossible for me to show, but I can see it very good. So now I grab an X-Acto knife. That's why I picked up this stereo microscope for like 25 bucks. And I'm very glad. It is a very wise investment for 25 bucks. My digital microscope's great, but it just can't get this level of detail that a stereo can. So I'm going to scrape back some of the solder mask. I need to be careful how far I dig. So I guess I can first confirm that it does have continuity. Grab my multimeter. And the goal is to break continuity. Without cutting too deep into the board. I think that did it. I'm gonna clean it up a little. Because it did sort of, like, just in the way I was doing it, I was just kind of peeling it back. Just to make sure it got all of the... Or just the way I was cutting it, I was sort of like peeling back pieces of copper. And I don't want those pieces of copper flying about the board and making other problems. I'm gonna try and just like shove the remaining bits of the trace just against those little solder blobs. If I can, or maybe I can just cut this one a little higher. I want to leave just a big, nice void between these two pieces. Perfect. I think that worked out really well. Yeah, I see nothing in between those two pins. I don't need confirmation. I mean, I'll do it anyway, but just to confirm that I have now broken continuity with the clock. Nothing. I don't know how much of the soldering I'm going to do under this microscope, but I might, because I'm far more comfortable under it. But I will show what I did on the stereo, or on the digital microscope. I mean, you can hardly even see it, but I did dig away between those two pads, and that line is completely broken. After cutting, check with a multimeter. If it is really cut, neither side should short the ground. All right. Ground. Neither side shorts the ground. So let's see. I'm reading the instructions. Remove C55 or C655 if populated. And C655 was that big chunker that I removed. Should be right there, C655. Yeah, right there. You can kind of see it looks like I like flaked off a piece when some of my solder wick got stuck to it. It's still shiny though, so I didn't tear the pad. And again, it is a ground pad, so it doesn't matter. Okay, but anyway. Preheat the board, even with a hairdryer. Oh, it even recommends a preheat. Clean the pad. Check the alignment of the MLC2SD. It should lie flat if you press it against the Hynix eMMC. The calisated vias, just a term I was not super familiar with at the time. My understanding is it's these little like half-cut via holes. I need to take these stupid antennas off. Antennas and the Bluetooth chip, they're just getting in the way. So there's the... I also should probably put this X-Acto knife away so I don't jab myself. So the calisades are like these half via things, and it should like sit right here, right up against everything. Okay, make sure... Check the alignment. It should lay flat if you press it against the Hynix chip. I think that looks really good. What I might do is, while I'm getting this ground, I'm guessing that ground pad is going to be the one that really holds it into place. I need to make sure that all of this is like really snugged up tightly. I might just tape it down. So it should go something like this. I just want to make sure that the calisades, I think they're what they're called, the little half circle vias, are just resting up against these resistors really nicely. And I think maybe a little bit of difference isn't, or a little bit of distance isn't that big of a deal. But I think the idea is just to really shove it up against the Hynix chip, and then I'm going to tape it down so it doesn't move while I'm soldering on the ground. And then once the ground is installed, it should be all rock solid. Just gonna kind of just really goober this down with tape. You know, I might actually use a little bit of solder paste in this venture. I think that will basically tell me everything I need to know, or if the board has been heated up enough. First, let me just get it back into position that I can heat it. This might be a bit of a wacky setup. I don't think I'm going to really be able to show it very well without accidentally melting my microscope. Wouldn't be the first time I've done it, but I don't exactly like doing it often. It's also a bit backwards from what I'm expecting. Okay, since this ground pad is just very stubborn and requires a hell of a lot of heat, I can just let the solder paste determine whether or not it's actually on there good enough. And it should slurp itself to the board pretty well. I mean, my delivery probably isn't going to be that great here, but that should be more than enough. I'm making a bit of a mess with my solder paste, so I need to clean this up. And all I'll really do is just heat the board up, let that solder paste do its biz, and should be all I need to do. It should slurp together and create a nice, good, solid connection. Put some flux around it. I'm going to want to bring out my camera feed on my big monitor. Ooh, nice. Try and see if I can three-hand it a little. I just want to see that joint liquefy one more time. Beautiful. I'm gonna let that cool down. Make sure I didn't damage anything on the other side of the board. Oh, looks fine to me. Let's see what I need to do next. So next I need to do all the resistors, which I should almost do the similar method. Not as much solder paste. But I mean, I might be able to get away with this on my iron. I am noticing that I think it's sitting up a little at an angle. And that's a kind of a hard spot to hit. Not really though. If I can just get over it with my giant iron, let sort of the solder heat up everything. This will be a bit of experimental, I think. But I should first just guarantee. Oh, and I guess you can really see that broken trace. Let me just guarantee that I am on ground. Yeah, that's on ground. So my mounting pin was good. I'll clean up everything when I'm done. This may take a bit of experimenting to see kind of what I need to do for this. Because I feel like I don't think I'm going to be able to get down that far. Because the board thickness, it doesn't really translate well on a microscope. It looks like they're just sitting right next to it on a 2D plane. But I would say that the PCB is about 2 times as thick as the resistors. So the little silver half circle that I see is actually kind of sitting a little ways above where the via actually is. So what I might do is I gotta be kind of, if I do want to do that, I need to be very careful about heating it. I might be able to heat it above if I'm careful about this ceramic capacitor. This won't take nearly as much heat as the ground pads. I'm going to do this under my stereo microscope though, just so I can get the exact amount of solder paste that I want. Because this is going to be a very, again, just kind of delicate procedure. Maybe not the correct way to do it. Well, I do it how I want. Because if I just get a little bit of solder paste on each of those resistors, oh, you know what? This is going to turn out very nicely. maybe a little too much. I might be able to get away with my iron, actually. I don't really want to. I just need to be careful because of where my finger will be. Because I need to kind of... It sort of went up at a little bit of an angle. So I just have to press it down. Oh, it's beautiful. That turned out very nicely. I need to add a little more solder on this second resistor. Maybe the third one as well. Perfect. Okay. I'll get my work shown, and then I just have to verify that it's all reading correctly. I don't know the value of these resistors. I probably should have checked that beforehand just so that I have a good baseline so I can actually test those resistors, but I'm very confident that those soldered correctly. Let me clean it up. Okay, so what I need to check is to make sure none of the pins are shorted together. And I will clean everything really, really good when I get done with it. I'm just getting it clean enough that it's not going to foul up my pins. I am on continuity. None of it's shorting against its neighbors. I'm going to do resistance. And then just go across each of these resistors. I'm thinking if it forms a good resistance or consistent resistance value, because I don't think these resistors short the ground. That tells me that they are connected. And I mean, I can confirm that by putting my probe on a ground pin. Okay, I'll put it on the ground plane. And it's about 20k the ground. So all of these are connected. Since I'm getting, what was it? 35 ohms. All of them 35 ohms to the interposer. So that tells me they're connected. Alright, now it's on to the SD card slot. Okay, this should be a little easier than everything that I was doing because the SD card slot will just rest right on top of it. Interposer. Yeah, it will literally just plop in, and then all I have to do is go in. I might do this underneath my microscope again. I can get rid of this piece of tape. It's just going to be going in and just tacking everything down. Because it will just sit right into position. There it goes once those two alignment pins go in. And yeah, it's resting right neatly over those pins. And then I also do the ceramic capacitor. So this will be a little bit of soldering. One of the legs for the SD card slot I might not be able to get because of that ceramic capacitor. And I think the blob of solder I use for the ground pad is lifting it up a little on that corner. 3 mounting pads should be more than enough. Will I be able to get all of these SD card slot pins on under my microscope? Yes, kind of. I think I'm just gonna have to sort of press it down. It's gonna be sort of like arcing up a little. That won't matter. It'll be very, very insignificant amount of like bucking. It'll still be mounted on 3 points very securely. I don't know, can I even get by this capacitor? No, the capacitor is a little too small for my... The space between the capacitor and the slot are too small for my iron. Okay, that's tacked on there. Very good. Let me get the capacitor. I'm so far very pleased. Everything is going very, very well. I'm wondering, when is it gonna go wrong? Never, I say. Never. Hopefully I didn't... the only thing I'm maybe a little concerned about is hopefully I didn't melt the SD card slot, the plastics inside of it with my heat. I don't think I did, but I didn't have the heat on that long, but that was something I was worrying about. Like, well, this is plastic. Yeah, I would say like that. This capacitor is really hugging the sides of this pad, or like really hugging the edges of this pad. I'd almost say it's one size too big, but it'll work. And it's not any more difficult to install, it just doesn't really look great. Or the tolerances for how much I can sort of shift it on this pad are much smaller. And just do that and that should work. Okay, I'm gonna verify that. Again, I'm not worried about it, but it is a little sus there. The 3.3 volt, I know where to put it. It doesn't quite tell me what type of wire to use. I do have some, I think this is 24 gauge. They use a pretty thick wire. I don't think I need more than a 24 gauge for 3.3 volts. But I'll use some of this 24 gauge. Should be plenty. And I guess if it isn't, well, I'll find out pretty quickly. Just gonna cut a new section. And they have it coming out of the bottom leg of this transistor. I therefore shall do the same. I have to reverse my board so I can see it. That one right there. Perfect. Oh, beautiful. Route this around. Cut about right there. Okay, that should be enough. Okay, I think that did it. If you don't need the hardware dump the MLC, close the EDIS jumper with a solder blob. Which I do not need to read the EMC. So I will close that with a solder blob. My understanding is I've done everything correctly. And since I already have dumps of the eMMC, this is no longer relevant. Alright, check that out. That looks pretty good. Now, be along an arduous journey of that cleaning. Get this really nice and cleaned out. Because not only is there going to be flux underneath this interposer, there might also be some flux in the SD card slot. Flux underneath the interposer is fine, I suppose, but I do not want flux in the SD card slot. Not at all. I'll just kind of do a lot of rinsing and a lot of brushing, a lot of cotton swabbing. I never did check if this capacitor is on. Like I said, I was going to. I believe it's a capacitor to the ground, but I think it's just connected to one of these pins. Okay, it's connected. I was touching the top of the capacitor. So it is a tight space. That capacitor is definitely a little... I think it is the one they recommended. That was the size they recommended. I would say that is way too big. But you know what? Maybe I don't understand something about electrical engineering, but I know you can get smaller capacitors. Doesn't necessarily need to be that big. I don't think so. But I wasn't about to go and sort of do my own thing when it comes to getting parts off a parts list, so it's like, well, whether or not it's the correct one that you should be using for this project is irrelevant, because this is the one that the guide said, so it's the one I'm using. I'm very pleased with how that turned out. I think this turned out very nicely. And I'm going to just try and make sure this SD card slot is flushed out really nicely, just in case any flux just worked its way in. I wish I kind of had like not so much a sacrificial micro SD card, which I should. I do have one for testing Nintendo DSIs. I think I have it put away. I mean, I will just use my 128. One thing I didn't consider is if there was not enough room to put in the SD card, but there is. That would have been unfortunate. Okay, yep. Mechanic still works. I didn't melt anything. It's a little awkward to try and get those SD cards out and in. Give it another pass, and then I think it will be good. I'll probably put tape over everything once everything's said and done. And I was thinking maybe even putting like a little bit of dab of hot glue on the SD card. I don't think it would ever come... There would never be an instance where it would like pop off per se, but that little bit of hot glue will keep it in place. Sure, this little baby is really nice and dry before I do anything too crazy. Especially under the interposer. I should have probably used 99 on this. I used 91. I'm really curious to see what happens when I turn this thing on. I think I'm pretty close. So now let's see what I get to do next. That's MLC to... Need to download waffle setup underscore MLC. Okay. Do I have my SD card plugged in? No, I don't. I don't remember which SD card is mine. I think it's... or the one I was using. Let me go back. I think it's this one. I guess I would know pretty quickly once I put it in, because it will show all of the files. Yes, okay. So I need to put it into, I mean, I'll get up the instructions. So I need to get waffle setup into WiiU. iOS plugin. But it looks like I need to like delete the MLC, which I don't think I can even communicate with it anymore because I've completely cut it off. Okay, select patch SD and boot ISO. Okay, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of I don't know how well this is gonna work type moments. Because I would say these instructions are not the clearest. So there's a lot of... I'm kind of winging it, really. Let me get the SD card and slot it in, the 64 gig. Assuming something doesn't go horribly wrong, which I am very much expecting this to simply not work. Because I either missed a step or there's just a way I need to do this that I'm not really super aware of. So here is the new internal NAND. High endurance SanDisk card. Clipped in. Nice. I mean, add the adapter to my SanDisk adapter pile. Okay, I guess it's good enough to start plugging in. I'm very curious to know what happens. I'm very curious. Get a new paper towel. Rather it not sit with a... Just in case it needs it, I will slot back in all of the, like, antennas. It might not need it. I'm just going to do it anyway. I am going to leave the disk drive unplugged, though. I don't think that will cause a problem in Minute Menu. Well, I know it doesn't cause a problem in Minute Menu. Get my that plugged in. Get the... At least the heatsink sort of pressed on. Fan. Okay. Make sure that my SD card looks good. Waffle install has all 52 items. Okay, eject. Let's see what happens. Oh, I plugged it in. Let me put the front, like, power and eject button in. And then I need to put the SD card in. No clue what's going to happen. This will be very, very interesting. Alright, here's nothing. Oh, perfect. Okay, it went into IS. Ooh, so far so good. Because right now I think what it's happening is it's redirecting the install of... Okay. So let me do this, because I did technically do this. Let me go to the backup and restore. And erase MLC. Right? And delete SMC image. SCFM? Okay, it's these two options. Erase MLC. Eject, yes. Error when initializing MLC. Yeah, because, I mean, my understanding is I've completely killed the MLC by cutting the data line. I cut the clock line. Like, this thing should be dead. Eject, deleting complete. Okay. So now, I did that. Optional. So do patch SD and boot iOS. Okay. Let me go back to the main menu. A lot of menus to navigate here. Oh, shit. One too many. I was just going to make this window just a tiny bit bigger. I spam the power button. I wonder what would happen if I MLC information. I'll print MLC information. I'll do that later. I'm curious to see if it will. I don't think it will print off like this is a SanDisk SD card. But I'm curious. I'm guessing it's just going to mimic whatever MLC I downloaded. Okay, so I need to patch SD and boot ISO SLC. So it's this one. In minute, to start the setup of your fresh MLC. During the setup, you won't see anything on screen. You have to go by power LED. The power LED will flash blue while it is installing the titles. If something goes wrong, it will turn orange. But it will continue as long as it's blinking. The LED will become static once it's finished. You can now power off the console. All right. Godspeed. So I suppose it's going to freeze on this screen. I mean, so far it is not blinking. It's not blinking red, but it's not blinking at all. I'm curious if I need to run NAND-aid, if that is what is needed. Right now it is completely frozen. Let's see if it will shut off. Oopsie. Try one more time. Still just stuck on a purple light. What I think I have to do is follow the NAND-aid guide. Because this was the guide I followed when I wanted to redirect the internal NAND to the front SD card. Okay, so let me see. So I need to go back into the recovery menu. I think. No, I don't. The recovery menu was for making backups. Dumping. Boot in the recovery, then start the network and WUP server. I think I need to do a tiny bit of setup for that. No, I should be doing the right, this fork of WUP client. How old is NAND-aid? NAND-aid's a 2023 product. Okay. So I'm going, since NAND-aid effectively does the same thing, it puts on a functional interposer. I'm gonna just follow this guide because I think that's possibly what is being expected of me, though not exactly. Yeah, maybe it's like at the solder section, so maybe post solder section. It is not the clearest. Yeah, like I could have done this. I mean, all things considered, they did a really good job soldering that on. I know it would just be a gooey plastic mess. Okay, I need the boot into recovery and then go into load network configurations, which is this big block of code right here. Oh, it's a Python script. So this might be a little... I'm not going to say this is a little beyond my understanding, but we are getting... This is getting a little interesting. How to add network config to the SD card. Uh-oh. So this might take a bit of a little bit of winging it. I might have... Let me make sure just everything on my SD card's fine before I go doing anything too grand. I don't want to do anything too bold. Oh, I mean, I already did something very bold. I might have to... Waffle install. Create a folder called waffle underscore install. WiiU ISO plugins, waffle setup, MLC. Okay. I mean, I can try again. No, it's not doing anything. So let me look in the NAND guide. Hmm. Right now the MLC is not in a bin. It's just multiple different files. Oh, so that guy went for a full replacement. Because I'm not cloning. Look here at the solder section. I think the intention is to possibly follow this as the guide through. Again, the software part is the part that scares me. The soldering was easy. I mean, I can check and see if the SD card is getting 3.3 volts. Should be. Just check my little wire, make sure I connect it to the right one. Yeah, 3.3. Whoops. So I'm trying it again, and I mean, I'll just leave it while I do some reading here. And just see if maybe it's just taking a little while to initialize or something. Because right here it should... I just did this. It's almost like I need to restore MLC. Because this almost uses like a old style of fixing your MLC, where I just downloaded fresh files. Well, if all else fails, check the comment section. That is a way to do it. Good lord, could they have spared to use smaller wire? Holy crap. Oh, 45 pages. I wonder how much of this. Ugh. I may have to post a comment just to make sure that there's not something glaring here that I'm completely and utterly missing. Or maybe I just need to go through this entire form just to find out what's wrong. My understanding is I'm doing everything correct. And my understanding is that the MLC would be applied to my new SD card. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do some work. Do a little bit of a look-see here. Just to make sure I'm doing everything right. So I was puzzling and puzzling for a bit, and I realized I'm stupid. I never connected the clock line to the interposer. So I mean that might explain why it can't talk to the SD card if the clock isn't there. So I'm gonna do that right now. I just have it under my microscope. I feel so silly. I'm like I don't know why I didn't think of doing that. I think maybe because yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you why I didn't do it. So I have my big stereo microscope up. I'm gonna get everything connected here. I just have this one little spot, so I'll probably just fart in a little bit of I might just be able to get away with solder, not to mess around with my solder paste again. What little bit of flux I have left. Because I went to go check, like, okay, maybe I accidentally reconnected the clock line to the original MLC, and maybe just it came back to life. Like, oopsie. Actually, it's a little hard to tell if I actually got it. I think I did. Because it's just a blob going straight down. Well, I'll know if it works, essentially. Because it should just work. But considering I can't exactly see into that, I'm just going to have to assume it is connected. I mean, I don't know if I could find maybe where the crystal is on this board, and is it a clock? Where is this clock pulse coming out from that I might be able to probe it somewhere? Is there like a, or what does it look like? Oh, it goes into a via. I wonder if I can find that via. I should be able to, just to make sure that I can actually verify that it is connected. S clock. So there are ginormous pads on the interposer for the S clock, and I think that's what I can use. Basically probe vias and go like, aha, there it is. Okay, it is connected. At least the S clock pad is, so I'm going to have to go with the assumption that it is connected. And I did run the high capacity SD card through the SD card formatter on the PC that formatted it in exFAT. That's a tool I use for DSI SD cards. So let me now get it connected and just see if now I can get it. If not, I'm gonna prepare a post for smart people to try and figure out like what could I have possibly done wrong. I'm gonna need this. Got everything cleaned up. I didn't use that much flux, and I didn't really clean it up with that much. But I mean, it would totally make sense for this just to simply not work without a clock signal. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. Here goes nothing. No, it's still not flashing. Oh, look at that. There it is. Cool. Ugh. This might take a fat minute. Kind of want to monitor this. Okay, that kind of works. A little off screen. But while I do that, I do want to read some more here. Well, not that one. This one. I can squeeze it on over so I can monitor that while I read. Because my computer is sort of off to my left compared to my workbench. So now that that seems to be working better, I can I'll probably delete my post that I had prepped later. Begone ad. Okay, this is the Interposer guide. I need to find the other guide that I had. Okay. So now the power LED will flash blue while it's installing the titles. If something goes wrong, the LED will turn orange. But it will continue as long as it's still blinking. So far, it's still blinking. The LED will become static. Once it's finished, you can now power off the console. Oh boy. So now we wait. The clock. Man, I feel so silly. I should know better than that, but at least I figured it out and it's not me slapping my forehead when the creator of this mod's like, man, you didn't solder on the clock, you dummy. God damn it. I was just talking about clocks today, of all things. Stupid DSI capture cards. Ugh. Anyway. Not much I can do right now. I don't remember how long this took, but for now I'll come back when it's done, or at least if something happens. Okay, well, it stopped. So let's, now I need to check and make sure. When it becomes static, you can power off the console. Okay, I need to make sure that the file off the SD card is deleted. And, Well, go time, I think. I need to make sure the waffle setup MLC IPX deleted itself from the plugin file. WiiU iOS plugin, it did delete itself. So I think I still need the SD card in front until I maybe set it up to auto boot. I might have to look into that. But for now, I just want to get to a boot. So let's SD cards back in, power on. I actually might need the disk drive. Let me power off. Get down some microfiber cloths. I'm not just gonna raw dog that freaking disk drive on this motherboard. I mean, come on, placing a big metal casing on top of a raw circuit board. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, come on now. Accidentally triggered the sensor in the disk drive, so it powered on the console. The sensor being like if you hold a disk up to the front of it, it'll power on the console. There. Now, let's try this again. Power on. Disk drive should make a noise. Or not. Okay, so I need to go to patch SD and boot iOS. Oops. I feel like these buttons always confuse me. It's press power button to select and then eject, or power button to like go down. So basically the power button functions as a tab. And then the eject functions as enter. And I always found that kind of silly. I was just listening. I dare say that is a fairly successful operation. I'm going to go through the setup. Language. Yeah. I want to know what storage it says. I'm very curious if to say if it'll say like 50, I think it's like 56 gigs, because of course it's never going to be the full 64 gigs. That's ridiculous. You're using a sensor bar, not now. No, I think it's going to force me to do this. Oh yeah, it just resets the console if I don't set up a... Oh, no, it passes it. Good. What's weird is it rebooted back into minute menu and did something. So maybe it did like a soft reset. And since the SD card's still in, it rerouted to ISFS hacks. Okay, good. I don't have to set up an internet connection. I thought I always had to, but I guess I'm just used to it. No. No. I don't want to set up an account. And then really the only thing I need to do after this is to get it so it will boot into ISFS, or it won't boot into, it just completely bypasses IFSF hacks. And the Wii options were rather amusing, so I was getting kind of distracted by that. I need to make it so I can remove the front SD card and have that be unpopulated for this thing to work without an SD card. Oh my god. Will be the first time this console's opened up system settings in probably quite a while. Data management. There it is. 54 gigabytes. It is currently reading the internal. It is that little tiny high endurance SD card is now the internal memory of this console. So let's turn this off. Of course, a plethora of tests are required. Like, will it survive being formatted? Because I did a similar, not even closely, remotely similar process to an Xbox where I replaced the internal hard drive with a non-standard SSD. And when I reformatted it, it was just like, no, you can't. Like, this isn't a non-standard size, dummy. And then, like I said, I do want to cover everything in Kapton tape and maybe put a glob of super glue on that SD card just to keep it in place. Just in case, like, if it took a tumble, I would find it extremely unlikely that SD card would ever come dislodged. But a tiny glob of hot glue will keep it from ever doing that. So, let's see. I need to go back to the ISFS hacks and go with the booting without SD. So let me bring that up. Which was it? Was it this one? Window capture. Snub that one up over here. That's the interposer. Where was it? Auto boot with SD? No, that's auto boot with the SD. You have to complete auto booting with SD further down. Okay, let me get this SD card into my PC. The Wii U is unplugged. I need to make the iMinutes INI file with that boot timing, essentially. So SD minute, there is no minute INI. Minute dot INI. Use this. INI file. How did I usually boot? Like, what boot option did I use? Patch SD, boot ISO, which is number 3. Okay. Oh, I might have to get Aroma installed so that I can get Hacks a copy. Because, I mean, what happens when I try and boot this thing without an SD card? Functionally, it should just be a normal Wii U. I mean, nothing ventured. But I guess without the minute files, it's not gonna... Oh? Well, would you look at that? All right. Oh, there's a problem with the disk drive. I mean, okay, yeah. Hang on. Well, there's your problem. So it just works fine without minute. I mean, I ain't going to complain. So, I mean, okay. So I'll get the hot glue on and tape it, and I think I'm done. I don't know if I'll go as far as to put it back together. I haven't quite decided what I'm going to do with this thermal pad. My main problem with it is I don't have any thermal pads. I only have thermal putty. This pad is not looking very good either. It's a little chalky. So I might have to order some, which means it would just be me putting it back together for now. I might be able to get away with thermal putty instead of a thermal pad. I don't think I can use paste, but I'm pretty sure I need to use something a little more substantive. I do have putty, so I might try that. While I'm figuring that out, I need to get hot glue going. It takes a little while for my little gun to heat up. But I would say that is a successful MLC replacement. Unplug that. Get this unplugged. Overall, I mean, aside from being dumb and not connecting the clock line, I think everything went amazingly well. And I do have like a little tiny jar of thermal putty. I've never used this stuff before. It's for graphics cards, but I mean, does it really matter? I can kind of look into... I might as well play with this for a little bit while I wait for my gun to heat up. I think I'm going to try it. Right now the pad that's on there is just chalky. It's just dry. It's one of those I really wish... Like, there must be limitations to paste. You can't just use it for everything. I really wish it was used for everything, because paste is really nice. Easy to deal with. I'll have better luck putting it on the heatsink. I mean, if this doesn't work, I can always buy thermal pads. It's not the end of the world. I'm just kind of curious to see if this will actually work. The mounting pressure on this WiiU should be enough to really squish it down. I'd say the application process isn't exactly the greatest here. Just kind of gooping it on at random spots. I'm basically hoping for the mounting pressure to kind of spread it out. Maybe I can just like smoosh it down and hope for the best. Smoosh. I'm gonna check it. It feels pretty on there. Oh, I guess it probably was on there pretty good. Scoop it back up. Yeah, it looks like it did like kind of goober out the sides, so I think that... I wonder if I can just kind of treat it as de facto thermal paste. Where I sort of goober some in the middle and then it'll just... Any excess will just sort of wring out. Okay, that might be a little too much, but I'll go with it for now. Okay, I'll wait until I actually get stuff put back together. Is the pre coming out of this? I think a little bit of pre is coming out. I haven't really decided where I'm going to glue it. I think I'll do it right here. There we go. That should keep that SD card in place. Not like it needed the help. I think the locking mechanism is more than competent enough. Let that dry, cool down a little. Or solidify, I guess is the term. If these SD cards weren't so goddamn expensive, I would probably do this to like pretty much every Wii U I had in my service. Not only is it double the capacity, 64 gigabytes, it's also to head off any failures of the NAND. Okay. Now, let's get this thing in a more stabilized setup. It's kind of test benchy right now, but let me get the bottom piece on. I don't exactly like that I have the antennae just kind of dangling off to the side here. So this is a bit of a chore to get on, but ugh. Let me wipe this down a little better. I think I'm getting a little better at putting these things back together. I still don't know where all the antennas go off the top of my head, or how they sort of route into the little I guess like cooling well. Because there are particular spots where these antennas clip in, and I don't know those off the top of my head, but as far as everything else is concerned, I think I got it pretty good. Okay, that is better so far. I like it. This technically goes like this. Because when I have this on my test bench, I flip the fan around so it functions as it functions as kind of like an intake. All right, putty. Get your heatsink mounted. Okay, it doesn't really give super good mounting pressure, but I goobered it down. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any fitment issues with the interposer. That's good. Oh boy, now about a billion different screws to put in. All these brackets mounted. Oh, this is the corner one. I mean, I should know where this one goes. This one goes over here. It can't go anywhere else because it has that additional screw hole on it. And that one goes right here. I'm technically going to wait on that. There's a screw that's a little hard to get to underneath this, like, fan well. But I definitely was being serious when I said I would definitely put that... I would put this interposer onto every single WiiU I got, since they're just time bombs. It's a bit sad for the internal memory that just fail as spectacularly and as regularly as they do. But the install process was very easy. At least now, doing it the first time, it took a while. But I can 100% refine that and get much, much better. I can have SD cards with payloads on it and just fly through this process. Just an obnoxious amount of screws. There's really no reason for this. I think really the only question I might need to ask smart people is if I actually need to auto boot. Or since I didn't really make ISFS hacks permanent, it's just being... I think it'll be okay. Trying to figure out why this screw is not biting on anything. It must not be lining up with its screw post. There it goes. So the one I needed to screw in was right down here next to the plug. I can't really reach it with my screwdriver, or I have to go in at an angle, which I really don't like doing. Because what's odd is they do this perfect circular cutout to reach this other screw hole, but they only do a notch. The circular cutout is perfect. I mean, fits my screwdriver as it would intend. Anyway. Okay, now the wire routing, which I don't remember, but I took pictures. Red goes over here, and under, and then clipping up here. Okay, that will go under that piece of tape. Gray goes over here, white crosses over. Like this. It also goes into this clip, and then it sort of routes behind here. I'm going to give it a little bit of slack and kind of go with the memory of this thing. Goes into this little notch underneath this little notch. And then goes right here and clips in. Oh, it goes around this post. Okay, something like that. It's not taped in, so it's kind of a little freeform at the moment. Gray reaches over, goes into this notch. And then just kind of freely comes up and then slides into here. Black kind of does the same thing. And just clips in right there. Okay. I don't know if I can actually reuse this tape. I tried to keep it, but it's one of those just like if I can't reuse it, I'll just put Kapton tape over it. Okay, now I should be able to safely put in the hard drive, or the disk drive. Mount it so it's not just free. Yeah, making a digital only Wii U that had like a terabyte internal hard drive. Ooh boy, that would be neat. That would be like my type of console. All it needs is another interposer and... Well, actually, I think that process is a little different. I think it's basically not... I don't think you use an interposer. I think you just basically tell it to know. Treat the SATA as the CPROM, or the eMMC. Alright, let's put back together. I'm comfortable in the setup. I don't have to deal about or worry about antennae shorting something or the other. I technically still don't have this together, but I mean, this will work in the form that it's in. But I still haven't put together the front panel. It's still in pieces from it being cleaned. Just trying to be very gentle with this ribbon cable. Okay. Grab my capture card display. The gamepad's turning on. And what can I say? System settings again, will it do it? Oh yeah. Data management, I mean, I've already showed this, but 54 gigabytes. Let's go back, and I'll give it the honorary disk drive test. Oh yeah, I guess when I exit out of settings, it resets. Yeah. No, I don't want to link my network ID. Uh-oh. Why are you doing this to me? Here I thought it would be too easy. Let's do the classic unplug it and plug it back in. I have this problem with one of my other disk drives, so I hope it's not being afflicted by it as well. I mean, I did take this disk drive apart to use as a control sample to repair another disk drive. So I did have to take it fully apart. I'm pretty sure I plugged everything back in. Everything plugged back in correctly. Okay. I mean, a good indicator of if it works is if I try putting a disk in and it turns on. No, so I have the same problem with another console. Let me get the disk drive apart. See if I have all those ribbon connectors plugged in. Guess I can lift it with this. Oh, and here I was so close. So very close to being done with this. For now, at least. I'm fairly certain I got everything plugged back in. It even still smells like the lubricant I used. Huh. Irritating. I don't think I can, but I'm going to try and see what would happen if I sort of put it in a... if I try plugging it in. This might be a little janky. Hmm. What's interesting is sometimes it works and sometimes other times it doesn't. Like I've taken apart and put together drives before. I think it's because this PCB is just so free. It freely flops around like this that I need to almost like put it in its shell, connect it, and then just sort of like wiggle it around. I wish I could almost wiggle around that PCB until it's sort of like centered where it needs to be. Because there are, like, my understanding of how this disk drive works, how it detects a disk being like fed into it, is it has like an IR beam or something that it fires down onto a little receiver, and then when that beam is broken, it's almost like a garage door in a way, where if the beam is broken, it will cause it to stop, essentially. Well, in this case, it's sort of the opposite. It'll only open when the beam is broken. So, like, where does this need to be? It looks like the PCB's in there pretty good. So I'm kind of curious to know, like, if I sort of shift it around a little, will those will they line up? Plugged in. I'll do an eject. Hmm. Is it because this shouldn't have installed incorrectly? Nor should this. Is it like keyed in? Perhaps it is with these big nubs. It's odd as I don't think I did test this disk drive when I put it back together. You put it back together and cinch it down with some screws. Especially the small ones. That should cinch the little motherboard down. I know I'm putting the ribbon cable in the right way because it wouldn't work otherwise. Okay. Oh, there's no power to it. That would probably... Nothing is breaking that laser sign. So I'm guessing these two are the receivers. And the two senders are that little PCB as well as the main daughter board. They're like two nodes on it. Or it's sort of this emitter and receiver. You know what, I should have looked down to see if I see the emitters. Or maybe it's the opposite, the emitter receiver. Why do I never have a flashlight nearby when I need one? Here it is. Yeah, they're both there. So it looks like only the first one needs to be broken for the disk to be registered as being input. I know the disk drive's getting power, because it does sort of, or it spools. Should see, maybe is this getting any power? What's weird is me shifting around the motherboard shouldn't matter because the two pieces that this would be interacting with are screwed down. So it's something about this front one. There should be nothing wrong. Especially since it has guiding studs, so it should be in like the perfect position. I mean, I do know this took in games, because I did test a game on it, just to see what would happen, like if the dead eMMC mattered. Huh. I mean, I could hit it with some rubbing alcohol, I guess. If I got like fingerprints on it or something. But it's such a clear line, it should be able to see itself. Or see all the way through. The wired connection should be good. I'm doing some very winging it things. Wish the traces were exposed on this side. Okay, unplugging. The only thing I think of is like that sensor ribbon that's wrapping around just isn't connected. I don't think these wires are faulty. Huh. I think I might have to deal with this disk drive later. I've been working on this WiiU for a very long time, and I at least have the base unit working. But I need to figure out why. I might just have to do some probing off later. Do it something where I'm not tired after spending several hours putting in an interposer and figuring all that out. I've at least achieved victory there, but I just need to call it for right now. I think I'll get back to this later and see if I can figure out what's going on with this disk drive now, and see if I can get to the bottom of why when I disassemble and reassemble disk drives, they just stop recognizing disks.